Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. One more time on the mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, the final day of the UNLV Leadoff Classic. Purdue and UNLV doing battle for the first and only time in this tournament, as the Rebels coming into this ball game 1-3 on the year, while Purdue just lost their first game of the year to UIC. The Boilermakers are 3-1. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. We want to thank everyone for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. The final game of the UNLV Leadoff Classic. The Rebels looking for a little bit of momentum, trying to get themselves a marquee win. This start of the season, UNLV, a little bit of an up and down. Their first game against Cal Baptist, they lost 8-0. They were run-ruled in 5 innings. Then beat UIC on Friday, 14-3. Yesterday, though, the Rebels only were able to get 3 runs in 2 games as they lost to California Baptist and UIC. So this is the first matchup, first and only matchup for UNLV and Purdue. Game 2 for the Boilermakers in this ball game. As we're waiting for the final announcements here at Eller Media Stadium, a picture-perfect day here on this Sunday. About 70 degrees, not a cloud in sight. It is perfect softball weather. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show as Lauren Fedek will lead it off here for UNLV in the circle. The first pitch on this Sunday afternoon is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. For Fedek, the freshman lefty with a 4.67 ERA. Her whip is sitting at 2.50. She's thrown 6 innings on the year, 10 hits, given up 4 runs. They have all been earned, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts, has given up a double. As Fedek, the freshman from Boise, Idaho, is set, and the 1-0 pitch is going to be taken on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. Leading off for the Boilermakers, it is number 2, Chloe Banks, the senior right fielder. Banks from Orange Park, Florida. And the game earlier today ended about, I would say, about 45 minutes ago. Banks went 2 for 4, and right now she's in a favorable count with a 3-0. Calling balls and strikes today is Ron Burkhart. Over at first, Michael Hers. And over at third, it'll be Jose Barraza. I mentioned for UNLV, 1-3 to start out the season. The Boilermakers dropped their first game. Previous 3 games, they scored exactly 9 runs in all of their wins. As the next pitch is in there for a strike. 3-1 is the count. But for Banks, the senior, in her career, coming into today, has played in 154 games with 125 starts, has had 131 hits, 3 home runs, and 38 RBIs. As she lays down a bunt, goes right to Fedek. Throw to first will be in time by about half a step. And Fedek, good job there with a surprise squeeze by the speedster Banks. And UNLV is able to get the first out of the ball game. So that'll bring up Mariah Poehler, the junior, getting the start today out in left field. Poehler in the game against UIC earlier today, she was 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored and a walk. The first pitch here by Fedek is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. So far to start out the season for UNLV, their pitching staff right now has a 4.38 ERA. They've had 24 innings of work, have given up 15 runs, 15 earned runs, 21 overall runs. Opponents are hitting 340 against them. UNLV has not been clean defensively with the 8 errors so far this weekend, as this one's going to be ripped down the left field line. It'll be a base hit. Poehler will take the turn. He'll head back over to first with a 1-out single. So the junior is able to go opposite field against Lauren Fedek, is able to drop it right in front of Mantha Hatzenbeller, who's getting the start out in left field. So the Boilermakers have a runner on the base paths. They had just 5 hits in the loss earlier today. UIC came back from a 4-0 deficit. They scored 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and then 1 in the 7th inning. As Fedek is set, and the first pitch is going to be fouled back out of play. To the third baseman, Bella Douglas, the freshman. Douglas from Howell, Utah, who was ranked 19th in the class of 2025 extra innings softball, ranked number 2 in overall utility for the class of 2025 per extra innings softball. 3 times she's been named to the first team all-region, as a little bit of a deke there. No throw to second. 1-1 is the count. So Fedek will have to deal with runners on the base paths here. She gets her sign. And the 1-1 is going to just miss on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. We'll set the defensive alignment for UNLV. You've got over in left field, Mantha Hatzenbeller. Gwen Burnett is getting the start today in center. Kiana Chavez is over in right field. Over at third is Rachel Cook. At short is Lila Gonzalez. Natalie Turner's over at second. Bree Williams at first, as this one's going to be sent right to Williams, but it goes foul out of play. And the count now 2-2 with one out here in the top of the first inning. Behind the plate is Presley Barnes. Barnes had a good start to her 2026 season, hitting .429. Douglas up to bat here. Douglas in the game earlier today, she was 0 for 2 with a run scored, was able to draw 2 walks, 2 of the 4 walks that Purdue was able to get. As Fedek is set and the 2-2 pitch, this one's bounced in the dirt, throwback to first, no throwback to first. As Bowler almost got caught in no man's land there, but she was able to head back over to first. And the junior from Texas over at first, she's good on the base paths. 51 out of 61 on stolen base opportunities in her career. Count is full, 3-2. The payoff pitch is going to be sent foul out of play yet again. You've got Haley Painter due up next. Maggie Frazzotti, the head coach for the Boilermakers, who was 58-51 in her 3rd season. Last season for Purdue, 30-23. They were 9-13 in the Big Ten, but they became the first ever 12 seed to advance to both the quarterfinals and the semifinals of the Big Ten tournament. So they're trying to build off of that success last year. As this one's going to be ripped into the gap for a base hit. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Polar's going to head to third. She's going to be waved home. The throw will be cut off. There'll be no throw at home, and it's going to be an RBI, 1-out double here in the top of the first inning. The Boilermakers strike first. Douglas rips it on a line on a 3-2 pitch, splits the gap in right center field, and UNLV down early in this ball game, as that will bring up Haley Painter. That name sounds familiar if you're UNLV fans. Painter, who spent the last 3 seasons at the in-state rivals of UNLV up in Reno, Nevada, UNR. Painter had a great career up in Reno, where she played in 155 games, 152 starts, 36 home runs, 108 RBIs, hit overall .322, as this one's going to get away, and heading over to third will be Douglas. So that gets by Presley behind the plate. So UNLV dealing with a little bit of adversity yet again. The Rebels right now 1-3 to start out the 2026 season. That lone win was on Friday, a game where they exploded offensively. Now Fedek will try to limit the damage to just the 1 run, the 1-0 pitch to the dangerous Painter, and this one's going to be sent down low for a ball, 2-0's count. Overall in her career at UNR, Painter hit .322 with 137 career hits. She was named to the 2024 All-Mount West second team. She has 1 home run on the year. And just looking at the replay, you can tell when a home run, even on the single cam, it's going to be long. Painter tattooed one yesterday, as this one's to be sent high for a ball. The count goes to 3-0. Now time will be called here as the pitching coach for UNLV, Anthony Oresco, who is in his 2nd season, going out to talk to the freshman. We'll get an opportunity. We'll talk about Fedek, the freshman standing 5'11" from Boise, Idaho. She was ranked the #2 pitcher by extra innings in the 2025 Mountain Region. #10 ranked power hitter by extra innings. She was named the Idaho State and Max Preps Player of the Year last season. She was 21-4 with a 2.33 ERA and had 233 strikeouts. So a good player coming out of the high school ranks, and UNLV really keyed in on getting more depth at the pitching position. They really had 2 players that threw a lot of innings last year. It was Amelia Weber and it was Yanina Sherwood. Right now UNLV, and we've seen multiple, I think all 6 pitchers, if I'm not mistaken, have thrown out here for the Rebels. But the big question mark for UNLV was going to replace their top hitters from last year. 4 of their 5 have either graduated or transferred out. So a runner over at third. The count is 3-0 here. And the pitch, this one is going to be taken on the outside for a strike. 3-1 is the count to Painter. Delaney Reef is due up next, the freshman, getting the start behind the plate. For Painter in the first matchup of the day against UIC, she was 1 for 4 with an RBI scored. There we go, proper English, with an RBI. 3-1, and Painter fouls this one back out of play. So Fedek is able to battle back here and make the count full 3-2. But I mentioned for Purdue last season, 30-23, 9-13 in the Big Ten, but they had their first winning season since 2019. They were above 500 in 2020 when COVID shut everything down. So the Boilermakers are trending in the right direction. A very tough Big Ten conference. As the payoff pitch here by Fedek, looking for the strikeout, unable to get it. That one's going to be taken down low, ball 4. So we've had a single, a double, and a walk mixed in with a bunt attempt that was snuffed out by Fedek. So runners on the corners here with 1 out early on in the top of the first inning, and that will bring up Delaney Reef. The freshman wearing number 11 from Frederick, Maryland. She's listed as a freshman on the stat sheet that I was given, but it's a junior, actually. Sorry, my apologies. As the first pitch bunt attempt, throw over to second, and Painter's going to be able to get there in time. Boy, I tell you what, if that throw went a little bit up to Gonzalez, she might have had a chance to apply the tag on Painter. But the Boilermakers trying to get UNLV to be a little bit more aggressive on the defensive side, maybe asking for a errant throw. Don't get it, but they do get both runners in scoring position here. As the 0-1 is going to be taken on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. So UNLV currently down 1-0 for the Rebels. In the bottom of the first inning, they will have Turner, Burnett, and Chavez, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters. The 1-1 pitch. This one's a chopper over too short. Gonzalez has it. Play at the plate is not going to be in time. It's going to go off the glove of Barnes. Everybody's going to be safe. Heading over to second, and yet again, runners will be in scoring position. Reef is able to take the turn, and an errant throw, high throw by Gonzalez, bounces off the glove of Barnes. And UNLV, now Anthony Oresco is quickly out, and now it's going to be the end of the line here for the freshman, Lauren Fedek. That will bring in Reagan Everett. So a pitching change here for UNLV early on. The Boilermakers are on top 2-0 with 2 on and 1 out. We'll be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tom Jack on the call. So UNLV will make a change in the circle. They'll bring in the sophomore Reagan Everett, the 5'5" sophomore from Oakdale, California, transfer from UC Riverside. So runners at second and third here. 2-0 is the score. Purdue on top of UNLV as the first pitch is going to hit on the inside part of the zone. 0-1 is the count. So UNLV miscues on the defensive side. The 9th error this weekend for the Rebels. Gonzalez with a little bit of a high throw. We'll see how they officially score that. So it did bounce off the glove. This one's popped up in the air over on the left-hand side. This should be easy for Cook. It's easy for me to say that as she had to deal with the sun. And she's able to clamp it down for out number 2. And that sets down Fontenot. Fontenot, sorry. Brianna Fontenot, who is the starting pitcher today for Purdue, who's looking up at the boards like, yeah, I'll take a couple runs on the board before I head in the circle. And the first pitch here by Everett is going to be taken high for a ball. 1-0 to count. Reagan wearing number 77. One of the gets in the transfer portal for UNLV to improve that pitching rotations. This one's going to be ripped into right field for a base hit. Chavez bobbled the ball. That's going to score 2 runs, and Purdue with a 2-out, 2-run single in the right-hand side of the field. Split second base and first base, and UNLV now down 4-0. Attacking on that first pitch there was Condon, and she's able to rip it into right field. So that'll bring up Anna Moore. 4-0 is the score as UNLV is trying to find some momentum, some life. And this one's going to get away from Barnes, and heading over to second will be Condon. So Moore up to bat. This is kind of eerily similar to what we saw on Thursday, the first game for UNLV against California Baptist. The Rebels were down by multiple runs before they even had a chance to send their first batter to the box. Everett is set. This one's going to be sent to first, and it's going to bounce off the bag. It's going to be foul balls. It almost got Bree Williams in the face there. So right as I said, Everett, I was going to say she had been pitching well for UNLV, but the first pitch, right as I was looking at the stats, was ripped into right field. As this one's going to be sent over to short. Gonzalez has it. Throw to first will be in time by about a step, and that will end the inning. But the Boilermakers, they get 4 runs across the board. UNLV will have to wake up the bats here as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Purdue on top, 4-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the first here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. Thank you for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you're listening to us or watching us here on the YouTube broadcast provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Purdue on top 4-0 over UNLV. And the Rebels will have to try to get their bats going. Maura Condon with the big 2-out, 2-run single into right field. It will be Natalie Turner who will lead it off here for the Rebels, as they are 1-3 to start out the season under their 9th-year head coach, Christy Fox. Assistant coaches Anthony Oresco, Andy Jarvis, and Maddie Schmidt. As the first pitch here to Turner is going to miss on the inside for a ball, 1-0 is the count. Coach Fox in her 9th season, 237 and 143 here at UNLV. Overall, as a head coach, 372 and 281. UNLV as a team coming into this ball game have hit 267. And for Turner, who's getting the start today at second, she's hitting 286 on the year, 4 hits and 14 plate appearances. As that one's going to be dropped in for a strike. 1-1 is the count. So it was on the stat sheet that it was Fontenot who was going to get the start today at the plate, as this one is going to hit Turner, but it's not Fontenot. It is a quick change that you always, actually it is Fontenot, my apologies. Thought there that was Gossett, my apologies. Gossett's over at first, also does some pitching for the Boilermakers. So Fontenot is in the circle today, the freshman from Louisiana. She picked up the loss earlier today. She went 1 2/3 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earn, as Turner is going to rip this one foul down the left field line. Count to 1-2. But for the freshman, a little background on her. In high school, she was a three-time All-State honoree, 4-time All-District as a pitcher. As a junior, she struck out 94 batters and a 1.70 ERA. So Fontenot spotted 4 runs before she had to throw a pitch. That's what you love as an opposing pitcher, technically on the road against UNLV, and that's an area for Purdue that they would like to improve on from last year's team, as the count is 2-2. For Purdue, they were 15-5 at home, but on the road just 2-12, 13-6 in neutral games. As the 2-2 pitch, this one's going to go right back to the freshman. Throw to first will be in time, and Turner is set down on a grounder right back to Fontenot. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning, and that will bring up the speedster Gwyn Burnett, the sophomore, who is 0 for 4 to start out the season. She has 4 strikeouts and a walk. She has great speed. We just got to find a way to get her on the base paths. For the Rebels, they were 4 for 5 on stolen base opportunities to start out the 2026 season. They weren't as active last year in that department, as Burnett showing bunt, and she's able to take it for a ball. 1-0 to count. Gwyn standing 5'2". Last season played in 27 games with 10 starts, batted .200, scored 12 runs. She was 2 for 4 on stolen base opportunities. UNLV leads the all-time series against Purdue 3-2. As Burnett's going to send this one right to third. Throw to first will be in time by about a step for out number 2. 2 quick groundouts here for the Boilermakers in the bottom of the first inning. The last time these two teams faced off, I believe, was back in 2011. It's been a long time, as Kiana Chavez will be up to bat. The New Mexico transfer, Chavez, to start out her UNLV career, is 3 for 10, 300 average, a double, and 3 RBIs to go along with a walk. Chavez, who had a great career at New Mexico, spending her final season here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. The defensive alignment for Purdue, you got Polar out in left field. Condon is over in center. Banks is in right. Douglas, who just got that grounder, she's over at third. Campbell at short. Moore at second. You got Gossett over at first, as the next pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. And Reef behind the plate. Got Sherelle Aki due up next for the Rebels if they can keep this inning alive. Fontenot looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Down on the count, 2-0, make it 3-0 as that one crossed the plate. Kind of mixed up there. Reef behind the plate. Count goes to 3-0. For UNLV, as I mentioned, offensively right now at 267. They're getting about 4 runs per game this weekend, about 6 hits per game. Really, the big question mark for the Rebels was who's going to fill the void of losing some key players, as Chavez is able to draw a 4-pitch walk. So it's a 2-out walk for Kiana Chavez, and that will bring up the local product, Sherelle Aki. Aki, 333 on the year, 3 hits and 9 plate appearances, 1 home run and 3 RBIs. The Rebels who have smacked 5 home runs this weekend. Really, for UNLV as a pitching staff, they've only given up 1 long ball. Defensively hasn't been as clean as they would like to, as this one is going to be dropped in for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Four nothing is the score if you're just joining us. Lauren Fedek was chased out of the circle in the first inning. A big 2-out single. And an RBI double to go along with a throwing error. That's how all 4 of the runs were scored for Purdue, as this one's going to miss on the outside. 1-1 is the count. Kiana Chavez over at first. Sherelle Aki up to bat. Presley Barnes is due up next. If Aki can keep this inning alive and she's able to hold the bat, make the count to 2-1. So for Fontenot, before today, as we mentioned, she did pick up a loss, 1 2/3 inning. She gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned, had a strikeout. On Friday against Cal Baptist, she went 2 1/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs. One of them was earned, as Aki will send this one foul out of play, and the count goes even 2-2. And then yesterday, yet again against Cal Baptist, she went 5 innings of work, gave up 6 hits, 2 runs. They were earned, gave up a home run, had 6 walks and 3 strikeouts, but did pick up the win. As we mentioned for Purdue, their first 3 wins, they scored exactly 9 runs. Today, that finally was snapped as they were only able to get 4, but they got 4 here in the top of the first inning. 2-2 is the count to Sharel Aki. Time is going to be called. And it's going to be a pitch clock violation, I believe. Yes, it is. Maybe, I don't know. I think now Reef is running over to the dugout. Maybe there was a tech problem or so. One of the new things, the pitch clock in collegiate softball. See, the clock is over in left field. You guys can't see it on the screen, but it's right underneath the scoreboard. So I believe it was not a violation, just 2-2. As Aki will take this one on the inside. Now the count goes full 3-2. So Chavez will be in motion. Aki trying to get some 2-out magic here as the Rebels right now down 4-0 for Aki on the year in this young season. 429 with runners on and 333 with 2 outs. Payoff pitch. Aki will send a little dribbler that will go foul. And we'll do it all over again with the count full 3-2. I mentioned Presley Barnes is due up next. And Barnes right now, the sophomore. Last season she played at Pacific. She's at a 429 average. 3 hits in 7 plate appearances. It is her, Aki, and Williams who've had the home runs this season in the lineup as Aki sends this one high and deep into right field, but it's going to stay in the ballpark, and it's going to be clamped down for out number 3. So UNLV, they get a 2-out walk, but nothing across the board. We go to the top of the second inning. Purdue on top of UNLV, 4-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Alameda Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wide Top Check on the call. Purdue on top of UNLV 4-0. We want to mention that this game is brought to you by the Southern Nevada Chevy dealers. From game day to getaway, Chevy's lineup is ready for all the adventure ahead. Choose from SUVs like our roomy and versatile Equinox or Silverado, trusted by those who know what real dependability means. See your Southern Nevada Chevy dealer today. Reagan Everett is in the ballgame for UNLV. She came in the top of the first, relieving Lauren Feddick, and the first pitch by Everett is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Mentioned for Reagan before she gave up that single. In her first appearance against California Baptist back on Thursday, she went 2 2/3, gave up 1 hit, 2 runs. None of them were earned. A walk and a strikeout. And then yesterday against Illinois Chicago, she went 2 innings of work. No hits given up, and she had a strikeout. 1 wild pitch, but so far for Everett out of the pen has been able to kind of quiet things down and keep a little bit consistency, and she's going to try to do that there as a check swing appeal over to first, and the first base umpire said no on the check swing. It is Julia Gossett who is up to bat for the Boilermakers. Purdue on top 4-0 in the top of the second inning. Purdue trying to go 4-1 on the weekend here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Be one of the rare people that win in Las Vegas. Much as we love the cities, sometimes some trips are better than others. As the count is 3-1. This one's going to be sent up the middle for a base hit. Good piece of hitting by Gossett on a hitter's count as she rips that one up the middle. Gossett, who not only a great hitter, but also a great pitcher for the Boilermakers. In her career as a hitter, she has a .291 average with 50 hits, 11 home runs, 46 RBIs. Last season, she had .301. And she continues that consistency. She had one hit today against UIC, 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a strikeout. So UNLV will have to deal with runners on the base paths yet again, as the first pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball, 1-0 count. So back to the top of the lineup here for Chloe Banks. Banks is 0 for 1. Tried a surprise squeeze on Lauren Feddick, but Feddick was able to beat her by about half a step. And now facing off against Everett, and Everett now down in the count 2-0 with Gossett over at first. Purdue out of the Big Ten, as we talked about, have seen a big jump as of lately. A nice run in the Big Ten conference tournament, as the count is going to go to 2-1. As we talked about it earlier, the first ever 12 seed to advance to both the quarterfinals and the semifinals before they were eliminated by the Michigan Wolverines. Count is 2-1. Ever trying to get back into it, won't happen here. It's a good catch there by Barnes on the outside, makes the count 3-1 with Polar due up next. For Purdue, after this trip to Las Vegas, they'll head to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. They'll play Georgia Southern, Alabama twice, Georgia Southern again, and Liberty. As another surprise squeeze is picked up by Barnes. Throw to first will be in time. Actually, nope, it is going to be a foul ball. Thought it was going to be foul where Barnes picked it up, but everybody kept going. Good throw by Barnes to first. But now the count will go full 3-2. And now Chrissy Fox coming out to talk to the home plate umpire, wondering if she felt that was a fair ball when it was picked up by the catcher for UNLV. And UNLV just trying to see if they can get it out here. Would move the runner over to second if this call got overturned. To finish up the schedule here for Purdue, then they will be at the Georgia Tech tournament. Their first home game will not be until March 6th. They will host the Boilermakers Softball Classic. Obviously, we love softball. We love when it starts. In Las Vegas, it's been picture perfect. Next week is going to be a little bit colder, but up in some parts of the country, it has been hampered with cold weather and snow, so Purdue has to really spend a majority of their month of February and early March on the road, as this one's going to be taken high, ball 4. So Everett has given up a single and a walk, 2 on with nobody out here in the top of the second inning. So that will bring up for Purdue, Mariah Polar. Polar wearing number 44. We'll take the first pitch on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. She is 1 for 1 on the day with a run scored, singled in her first plate appearance, and came around to score the first run of the ball game. Polar last season named to the All-Big Ten second team, NFCA All-Region first team. There's the 0-1. She's going to lay down a bunt. Everett has it. Throw to first will not be in time. And the junior from Texas is able to beat out the sacrifice squeeze. Bases are juiced, still nobody out. So a single, a walk, and then a bunt single. And Purdue is looking to really blow this game out of reach for the Rebels, as time will be called as we have a conference call with everybody in the infield for UNLV. By just about a half a step in that sweet spot in between home and the circle, was beautifully placed there by Polar, who in her career has started, not including today, 104 games, a .380 average with 125 hits, 4 home runs, and 61 RBIs. And as I mentioned, she's got great speed. But the bases are juiced here with nobody out in UNLV. They have got to find a way to put up a 0 spot as Bella Douglas will be up to bat. First pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball, 1-0 is the count. So you got Gossett over at third, Banks at second, Polar over at first, Douglas up to bat, where she ripped an RBI double. She was able to split the gap in right center field, but that was against Lauren Feddick. This appearance now against Reagan Everett. The 1-0 sends a high drive into center field. This ball is well hit, going back at the wall, and it is a grand slam. And Purdue, with one swing of the bat, have blown this game wide open. 8-0 in the top of the second inning. Bella Douglas with now a double and a grand slam. He sent it to about the deepest part of the ballpark here at Alameda Stadium, 220. And Anthony Oresco out to talk it over with the sophomore, as I believe we're going to have a pitching change for UNLV, and I believe Yanina Sherwood is coming out of the dugout for the Rebels. She is. She will get some warm-up pitches here. We'll take a quick break and be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Purdue all over UNLV, 8-0 in the top of the second inning. Back here live at Alameda Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. 8-0 Purdue on top of UNLV here on this Sunday afternoon from the entertainment capital of the world. A grand slam by Bella Douglas has broken open this game for the Boilermakers after they lost their first game of the year to UIC 5-4. It was a walk-off win for Illinois Chicago. And Purdue was taking out a little bit of frustration after that loss, as Bella Douglas now 2 for 2 on the day with 5 RBIs, an RBI double, and a grand slam. That's her second career home run. Her first career home run came yesterday against California Baptist. She was 3 for 4 in that game, had 2 runs scored, a home run, and 2 RBIs. And that will bring up the UNR transfer, Haley Painter, who walked in her first plate appearance, has a stolen base, and was able to score as well. So Yanina Sherwood is in the circle for UNLV. Sherwood is set, and the first pitch is going to be taken on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. For Yanina, not the start that she would like for her 2026 campaign. All Mountain West honorable mention last season, aimed to the All Mountain West preseason team. But right now she's 0-2 on the year with 11.20 ERA. 5 innings of work, 11 hits, 8 runs. They've all been earned, 2 walks, and a strikeout. She took the loss against Cal Baptist on Thursday. And in that game, felt bad for Sherwood in that first inning. First 3 batters ground out to short, but unfortunately UNLV only got 1 out in those 3 instances. And Sherwood lasted about the second inning before she was pulled. UNLV was run ruled in that game. This one's going to be taken high for a ball. 2-1 is the count. 8-0. We use proper English. Purdue on top of UNLV here on the Super Bowl Sunday. First weekend of college softball, seen some interesting results. How about Oklahoma last night? Really, you talk about Purdue being upset about losing. Boy, Oklahoma was upset that they lost to Arizona. Absolutely destroyed the Wildcats. As the count right now, 3-1 here to the UNR transfer, Haley Painter, who started out her career at another Mountain West school, Fresno State. 10 newcomers on the team here for the Boilermakers, 6 freshmen and 4 transfers. 3-1. Painter's going to send this one foul down the third baseline. Count goes full 3-2. Still nobody out here in the top of the second inning for UNLV. In the bottom of the second, the Rebels will have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up: Barnes, Williams, and Gonzalez. For UNLV, after hosting this weekend, they will host the UNLV Desert Classic. UNLV, they are hosting 4 tournaments this year. Obviously, a destination place for a lot of people. Obviously, who doesn't love coming to Las Vegas? It's easy to fly to. And also, the weather's been great. There's a swing and a miss, and Yanina Sherwood out of the pen gets her first strikeout against the first batter that she faced. And that strikeout is brought to you by Belfour. So that'll bring up Delaney Reef with UNLV currently down 8-0. Now, I always say UNLV is kind of a sneaky cold weather place. Like, it's cold. It snows every now and then. I know people listening to this in Indiana are like, oh, yeah, okay. But this year, I mean, the winter this year here in Las Vegas has been very, very odd, and I don't like it. I'm a cold weather guy, and it's been like, when you're hitting 70 degrees in late January, I was just up in Logan, Utah. Even on the West Coast, it's been really warm. Logan is known to be a winter wonderland. It was 50 degrees. There was no snow on the ground. As here's a grounder to first. Bree Williams has it. The race to the bag, and she's going to win it. So 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Sherwood has been able to get both outs as after the grand slam by Bella Douglas. Yeah, kind of unseasonably warm. But Las Vegas doesn't get a lot of snow, so it is a destination to host a lot of tournaments for teams that are unable to kind of play this time of the year. So Sherwood looking to get 3 quick outs here, and UNLV will try to chip away at this 8-0 deficit as there's a swing and a miss. 0-1 is the count. Fontenot up to bat. And for Brianna, she has been spotted 8 runs here. And she swings and misses that one. 0-2 is the count, but 8 runs already. And hasn't had to work, had to deal with 1 base runner on the base paths. That was Kiana Chavez, who was able to get the 2-out walk, but nothing across the board. And Sherwood looking for her second strikeout out of the pen. Yanina Set, the sophomore. The 0-2 is going to be on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. 1-2 is the count. 8-0 Purdue on top. The big hit in this ball game, Bella Douglas with the grand slam over the center field wall. And Sherwood is trying to get Fontenot to chase, but she's unable to. Fontenot, the freshman from Louisiana. Purdue 3-1 on the year. UNLV 1-3. The 2-2 pitch. This one sent high up into shallow center field. Coming on in will be Burnett. She has great speed and made that catch a little bit routine and when it left off the bat of Fontenot, and that will end the inning. But a grand slam by Bella Douglas has blown this game open for the Boilermakers. They're on top 8-0 as we go to the bottom of the second here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Eight 0 Purdue on top of UNLV here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll top check on the calls. We go to the bottom of the second. UNLV will try to get the bats going. As we got an opportunity, we want to mention this game is brought to you by Pueblo Medical Imaging. The friendly staff of Pueblo Medical Imaging is eager to take care of all your radiology needs and offer same-day and next-day availability. With top-of-the-line state-of-the-art equipment, they're open 7 days a week with early morning and evening appointments to accommodate all patient schedules. And by West Coast Trial Lawyers. West Coast Trial Lawyers is the #1 rated personal injury firm and are proud supporters of UNLV athletics. Get the most with West Coast. 8-0 Purdue on top of UNLV. Here in the bottom of the second, as Presley Barnes will be up to bat. Barnes, the transfer from Pacific. Last season, she batted .278 with 22 hits, 11 RBIs, 7 runs scored, 6 extra base hits, and 2 of those were home runs. For Barnes, good start to her UNLV career. .429 average, 3 hits and 7 plate appearances. And she was swinging for the fences, but got underneath that one. Count goes to 0-1. Fontenot back out for another inning of work. As we mentioned, she dealt with the 2-out walk, but nothing too hectic for the freshman. It's been spotted 8 runs, 4 in the first, 4 in the second. As this one's going to be dropped down low for a ball. 1-1 is the count. For UNLV next weekend, the UNLV Desert Classic Friday through Sunday. UC Davis, UNLV will face off against twice. A future Mountain West foe in UC Davis, Seattle U, and Quinnipiac. They will face off against them twice for the UNLV fans. All those games will be here on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. The count is 1-2 to Barnes. The Rebels last season 24-25, 7-15 in conference play. They have not, two out of the last 3 seasons, they have not made the Mountain West tournament. They were projected to finish tied for 8th with New Mexico. As this one's going to be taken down low for a ball, 2-2's the count. And a very good Mountain West conference. I think is very underrated. We've seen some big wins around the league. And UNLV, with the addition of GCU for this season, a year earlier than anticipated. GCU, one of the best programs in D1, as this one's popped up, and what a catch over in third base in foul territory. That was Douglas who was able to clamp it down, and Bella Douglas is having herself a game. 5 RBIs, a grand slam, and in foul territory, making an overhand catch. And that will bring up Bree Williams. Williams getting the start today at first, the senior, 286 average, 2 hits and 7 plate appearances, 3 RBIs and a home run to her name as she fouls this one back out of play. And the count goes to 0-1. UNLV still looking for their first hit of the ball game. For the Rebels, to start out this season, they were unrolled by California Baptist 8-0 in 5 innings as Williams checks swing and pushes it foul. 0-2's the count. Then UNLV on Friday with a come-from-behind victory against UIC when UNLV exploded. I mean, the long ball was jumping for UNLV on that Friday night. 14-3 was a score as they were able to beat UIC in 5 innings. But then yesterday, Rebels only able to get 3 runs in 2 games. A 4-1 loss to California Baptist and then a 6-2 loss to UIC. As the count is 0-2, Williams. Ooh, just missed there for Fontenot. Good eye by Williams, and the count goes to 1-2. You saw Gossett over at first kind of get a little excited thinking that was going to be strike 3. You've got Lila Gonzalez due up next for the Rebels, the freshman, as the 1-2 pitch. It's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-2's the count. 1 out here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Gossett over at first. She's a great 2-way player as well. Get an opportunity as Williams is going to send this one to short. Throw to first will be in time. A little bit of a low throw, but Gossett has it over at first for out number 2. As that was Campbell. Was getting the start today defensively, but she's not in the hitting lineup for the Boilermakers. So 2 outs in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And they'll bring up Lila Gonzalez, the freshman. 100 average to start out her UNLV career. 1 hit in 10 plate appearances. The 1 hit, though, was a double. Does have a walk on the year as well. Got Rachel Cook due up next if Gonzalez can keep this inning alive. The first pitch. Just going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0's the count. Right now for the Boilermakers, in these first 2 innings, overall hitting as a team, 6 for 13, 462, and they're doing their damage with the runners on and runners in scoring position. 6 for 9 with runners on, and with runners in scoring position, 3 for 6. The 1-0. Gonzalez is going to rip this one just foul down the third baseline. Past the outstretched glove of Douglas. Gonzalez, the freshman from Norco, California, 4-year letter winner at Chino Hills High School. Helped lead her team to 3 consecutive baseline league championships. Last season, she batted .400 with 16 RBIs, and in 2024, she hit .308 with 12 RBIs. Gonzalez will take this one down low for a ball, and the count goes to 2-1. UNLV's lone base runner was a 2-out walk by Kiana Chavez. Mentioned Rachel Cook due up next, the junior. She's had 3 plate appearances. She's 1 for 3 on the year. And then Mantha Hatzenbeller is in the 9-hole spot for the Rebels. 2-1, and Gonzalez is going to foul this one off her foot. Makes the count even 2-2. She gives the thumbs up to the home plate umpire, Ron Burkhardt, who said, do you need a little bit of time? You always know when the umpire is going to give the player a little bit of time. He goes, calls time, and then we'll sweep off home plate. But Gonzalez is set, the 2-2 pitch. Fontenot trying to get her to chase, unable to. Good eye by the freshman. And the count goes full 3-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Rebels looking for a 2-out rally here. The payoff pitch, Gonzalez sends this one high up into the air in the right field. This is going to be easy for Banks, and she's going to clamp it down for out number 3. Another 1-2-3 inning, or the first 1-2-3 inning for Brianna Fontenot. As we go to the top of the third inning, Purdue on top of UNLV 8-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Top of the third here in Las Vegas, Nevada on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Purdue on top of UNLV 8-0. 4 in the first, 4 in the second. As Yanina Sherwood back out for her second inning of work. She was able to get 3 straight outs and try to quiet down this Purdue offense. As UNLV, they will have now 3 innings to get at least 1 run, barring if Purdue does not get a run or 2, to keep the game alive to avoid getting run ruled. Sherwood is set, was very efficient out of the pen. Almost looked like she was about to slip and fall here. Now time is going to be called. Sherwood looked like, I don't know what happened. Either she didn't like the call or whatnot, and then her momentum was like taking her backwards. And there's the time. And now Presley Barnes is going to go over to the dugout here. I believe maybe a little bit of problem with the comms unit. So it looks like we are set. Maura Condon will be up to bat. And Condon with a big-time hit, 2-out hit in the top of the first inning as she was able to rip a single into right field that scored 2 runs. Capped off a 4-run top of the first. Bella Douglas with the grand slam in the top of the second inning. Third pitcher UNLV has used in this game. And some of the final stat lines here. Well, they got Fedek for 1 inning of work, but I believe Everett got the two of those outs, 2 of those 3 outs. Right now for Fedek, 3 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, and she's in line for the loss. Everett coming out of the pen, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs. They were all earned. And then Sherwood made quick work in that second inning when she came in to stop the bleeding for UNLV. Count is 1-1 here. Condon, and she's going to rip this one to second. Turner has it. Throw to first will be in time for out number 1, 4-3 on the score sheet for 1 out here in the top of the third inning. So that'll bring up Anna Moore, the starting second baseman today for the Boilermakers. She's 0 for 1 on the day. And for Sherwood, this is also, you know, for UNLV and the Rebels, I know projected to finish tied for 8th as this one's ripped on a line right to Mantha Hatzenbeller. So Moore attacks the first pitch and got decent contact, but unfortunately, as we like to call a right at him ball. So 2 outs now here in the top of the third. But for UNLV, obviously, you know, not the start that they wanted to here in the 2026 season, and still got a long way to go in this ball game. But the big thing is that you want to build up your confidence and play your best softball before going into conference play and getting yourself into that sweet spot to make the conference tournament. And right now for Sherwood, after 2 games where she didn't have the performance that she would like, big thing for her, can she string together a couple scoreless frames and build up her confidence, because UNLV, I mean, they have her penciled in as the #1 pitcher. And we saw what Sherwood did last year at the end of the season. It was a roller coaster for her, as it is for every freshman, just trying to get accustomed to D1 softball, as this one is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is a count here to Julia Gossett, who singled and scored in her first plate appearance. But for Sherwood, that roller coaster was going straight up at the end of the season, and she was throwing some of her best stuff and got herself to be honorable mention in the Mountain West. The 1-1, swing and a miss there, and the count goes to 1-2. So just, obviously you want to start the season out on a high note. For Purdue, hey, they have an opportunity to go 4-1. You feel really good about that, but there's still a long way to go. Teams change vastly from February to end of May, as this one is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-2 is the count. Yeah, Chloe Banks due up next. If Gossett can keep this inning alive, UNLV looking for their first 0 spot on the day as the 2-2 pitch. This one sent high up into the air in center field. Burnett, a couple steps, and we'll clamp it down for out number 3. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Yanina Sherwood and the Rebels. We go to the bottom of the third. Purdue still on top, 8-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We're in the bottom of the third here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wide Tom Check on the call. Thank you, as always, for everyone tuning in on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you're watching on the YouTube channel, provided to us by UNLV Athletics. UNLV down 8-0. Rachel Cook will lead it off for the Rebels as they try to mount a comeback here. 4 in the first, 4 in the second for the Boilermakers. Finally, they were shut down in the third inning. Yanina Sherwood, coming out of the pen, has faced 6 batters and has retired all 6. As the first pitch here to Cook will miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is a count. For Rachel, getting the start today over at third. 1 for 3 on the 2026 season. Brianna Fontenot back out for another inning of work. Right now, her stat line, 2 innings of action. No hits, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. She has faced 7 batters. Her pitch count right now is up to 36. As that last one got in the strike zone, it's 1-1. Next pitch, it's going to be a little bit low and make it 2-1 here. For Cook, the junior, standing 5'5" from Norco, California. Spent the last 2 seasons at Abilene Christian, where she appeared in 58 games with 46 starts, batted .192 with 23 hits, 4 doubles, a triple, and 4 home runs. And she will take this one on the outside and will hit for a strike. 2-2 is the count. I wrote down Norco, but I have on here Corona, California. So that's why you always got to double check what you put down on the sheet here, as this one's going to be taken down low for a ball. 3-2 is the count. So it's Cook, Hatzenbeller, and Turner due up here in the bottom of the third inning. I see what I did. She went to Norco High School. As this one's a chopper that's going to go over to short. The throw to first will be in time for out number 1. Also, don't do your notes at like 11 o'clock at night when you're tired. 1 out now here in the bottom of the third inning is Matt the Hatzenbeller will be up to bat. Sophomore from Idaho, standing 5'5". In 2023, she was named the Gatorade Idaho and Max Preps Player of the Year. Last season here at UNLV, she played in 28 games, had 4 starts, 1 hit on the year. Hatzenbeller still looking for her first hit. She's 0 for 5 to start out the 2026 campaign. As the first pitch, Hatzenbeller gets underneath this one high into center field. It's still going at the warning track, and it dies out. Hatzenbeller gave it a drive to center field. Condon had to go a long way, but she is able to clamp it down for out number 2. Almost kind of tripped there on the warning track as we go back to the top of the lineup for UNLV, and it'll be the second baseman, Natalie Turner. Started her career at Southern Utah Community College, last 3 seasons at Troy. She is also lethal on the base paths, 38 out of 40 on stolen base opportunities when she was at Troy. On the year for UNLV, she's 1 for 1. Is going to send a chopper to short. It's going to be a tough play. Throw to first will be in time by about maybe a quarter of a step. And that will end the inning as Campbell fires the perfect strike over to first. It's another 1-2-3 inning for the Boilermakers. They have had 3 shutout innings. They go to the top of the 4th, currently on top of UNLV, 8-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. In the top of the 4th here at the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. Wine Top Check on the call. Purdue on top of UNLV 8-0. As today's game is brought to you by America First, Nevada's premier credit union. Whatever financial goals you've got for yourself, your family, or your business, America First can help you get your money working. So head to AmericaFirst.com and join the home team today. And by Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing. Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing has proudly served the Las Vegas community for over 30 years with a strong focus on quality and care. With service that soars above the rest, our highly trained technicians are here for you 24/7 to get the job done right the first time. Find out about our affordable sand plan, only $16 a month for year-round peace of mind. Call Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing today, and let's go UNLV. Yanina Sherwood back out for another inning of work out of the pen. Sherwood has set down all 6 batters that she has faced, as this one's going to be slapped down the left field line, and it'll be foul. 0-1 is the count. She will go up against the top of the lineup for the Boilermakers. It'll be Chloe Banks to lead it off. Banks right now on the day is 0 for 1. Walked in her second plate appearance and came around to score. Tried a surprise squeeze in the top of the first inning. But it was Lauren Fedek who was in the circle. So she's now faced off against all 3 pitchers for UNLV that have been in the circle today. Fedek, Everett, and now Sherwood, as this one is going to be dropped in there for a strike. 0-2 is the count. Sherwood right now 2 innings, has the 1 strikeout, 6 batters face. The pitch count right now is at 24. And she came in with the ERA over 11. Right now it is at 8. This is kind of what I was saying, just for Sherwood, have a couple scoreless frames, get the confidence back going after a little bit of a rough start to the season. And that one's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count. But she's got to deal. The 2 and 3 hitters have been really a pain in UNLV's side right now in this game. Poehler, who is 2 for 2 on the day, and then Bella Douglas, who has 5 of the 8 RBIs. An RBI double and a grand slam, and she made a great play defensively over at third in foul territory. And Sherwood has set the 1-2. Is going to be on the inside. It'll look like Banks was trying to get that one to hit her, but did not. 2-2 is the count. UNLV. They've only hit, they've hit 4 batters so far this weekend. Season that started on Thursday, the lone game UNLV and California Baptist. Purdue 2 games today, as this one's going to be sent into left field for a base hit. Nice job by the senior from Orange Park, Florida, Chloe Banks, who was able to slap it the other way. Splits the defense over on the left-hand side and gets her first hit of the ball game, the 7th hit. And Sherwood will have to deal with runners on the base paths here as Polar will be up to bat. The junior from Pearland, Texas. Sherwood is set. And the first pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball, 1-0 count. Banks over at first. She has good speed. 40 out of 49 on stolen base attempts. So UNLV's got to be aware of her. Purdue on top 8-0. I think maybe we'll be a little bit aggressive because giving themselves a little bit of insurance runs if UNLV does get a run across. The Rebels have just 2 innings to get at least one to keep this game alive. As runner's going to go to second. Throw will be not in time. Banks is just able to stay on the bag as Turner got a little bit of a late jump there over at second. Barnes with a good throw, and now Chrissy Fox is coming over to talk to the umpire. We might have a challenge here by UNLV. And if you guys saw on the camera there, Banks heading to second initially beat the throw. It was closer than I thought it was going to be, but she did. Her momentum did kind of take her almost off the bag. Obviously, I couldn't see with her body, with her backside facing me, that I couldn't see if her hand popped up. And I believe now all the umpires are coming over to talk it over, and we'll see if they saw anything different, maybe overturn the call. Obviously, you can challenge plays now in softball, which is a big improvement. We saw a couple on Thursday. Coach Fox was 1 for 2 on both of those challenges. And now we're going to have a review here. So, obviously, for us, just on a single cam here on YouTube, we don't have the luxury of giving you guys a replay. So you can manually do it yourself and see what you think. But so the umpiring crew now, Coach Fox is going over to talk to the umpiring crew before they go into to go look at the replay here. Coach Fox kind of put her head up, thinking that she didn't, almost looked like she didn't like what she heard from one of the umpires, but they're going to go take a look. And, you know, obviously you have the single cam here, but there's also cameras that are set up on the left on the third base dugout and the first base dugout to see if they can catch anything. So we'll see where it stands right now. Banks is over at second. If it's a successful stolen base, it's her first. Sorry, the stats that we have are updated. Let me double check on the website here for Purdue. We'll see where that stands for Banks on a stolen base opportunity. It'll be her second. She should be 2 out of 2. It'll be her 41st stolen base of the year. So we'll have to wait and see what the call is. If it's a successful challenge, and Banks is off the base paths, and Sherwood will deal with Polar with one out, nobody on. But if it's unsuccessful, you got a runner in scoring position as Purdue not been able to get anything going against Sherwood in the 2 innings that she has come out of the pen for UNLV. But as we mentioned, it's this part of the lineup that has given UNLV a lot of trouble. And we talked about it, Bella Douglas, 2 for 2 on the day. And Douglas, good start to her freshman year campaign, her collegiate career at Purdue from Howell, Utah. She was ranked number 19 in the class of 2025 extra innings softball and number 2 in overall utility for the class of 2025. And she's been as good as advertised. She had a home run earlier this weekend, her first career home run, gets her first career grand slam as it just was able to get over the wall in center field here at Eller Media Stadium. 220 out to straightaway center, over and left and right field. It is 200. For Purdue, 8 runs off of 7 hits. They've had no errors. 1 runner left on the base path for UNLV. No runs, no hits, 1 error. That 1 error was that throwing error. Remember, in the first inning, throw by Gonzalez over at short to try to get the runner out at home. It was a little bit high, bounced off the glove of Barnes. UNLV now has committed 9 errors this weekend. Fielding percentage coming into today, .929. I tell you what, I don't know if you guys can see, there's a gentleman that is walking by the camera here. He's by home plate. He's got 2 drinks in both hands and is doing the slow walk, and very impressive. He did not spill. I did not see a single drop spilled, so bravo, sir. And the umpires are done with the review, and it's going to be unsuccessful. So Banks is able to head to second on that stolen base, her 41st career stolen base. And Polar will have an opportunity here to get an RBI hit. We'll see maybe if she'll put something in play via the bunt. She is 2 for 2 on the day. Also has good speed. And try to give Bella Douglas another opportunity to hit here with runners on the base paths, where she's halfway to a cycle. There's the bunt attempt. And is it going to be taken for a strike appeal? Yes. Count goes to 1-2 with nobody out. For UNLV, in the bottom of the 4th inning, they will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Burnett, Chavez, and Aki, due up. The 1-2, Sherwood looking for a second strikeout. Unable to get it there. And the count goes to 2-2. Nobody out in the top of the 4th. If you're just joining us, 4 runs in the top of the 1st for Purdue. An RBI double, a throwing error, and then a 2-run single. And then the big one in the top of the 2nd inning, the grand slam by Bella Douglas. The 2-2. This one's going to be sent right on the line to second. Throw to first will be in time. Heading over to third will be Banks. As Turner, quick reaction there as Polar really gave that one a rocket shot there at second. That was not an easy play, but they do get the out. Runner does advance to third, and that will give Douglas an opportunity for another RBI where she has 5 on the day. Right now, as it stands, she has the game-winning hit in the top of the 1st inning. That double, that split the gap in right center field. Sherwood gets her sign. Defense in for UNLV. The first pitch is going to drop in there on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Good pitch by Sherwood. Sophomore from Mill Creek, Washington. Stands 5'11". Sherwood is set. And the pitch. This one's a chopper to second. This is going to be the only play it's going to be at first. So Douglas, yet again, is able to get an RBI as Turner is able to throw it to first in time for out number 2. But coming in to score will be Banks, and that stolen base was pivotal for Purdue to manufacture that run in. A single, a stolen base, ground out that got the runner to the third, and then an RBI ground out. So that's 6 RBIs on the day here for Douglas. And that will bring up Haley Painter. Painter is 0 for 1 on the day. As I'll miss on the outside. Don't have the stats on me, but I got to believe that Painter last season faced off against Yanina Sherwood. You mentioned for Haley the transfer from UNR. The senior in her final season had a great career up in Reno, Nevada. The 1-0. That one's in there for a strike. Her former team was picked to finish second in the Mount West preseason poll. They had 4 of the 10 first-place votes. GCU had 6. San Diego State, who has been really the team to beat in the Mount West, they're projected to finish 3rd. San Diego State's had a couple of nice wins, walk-off wins this weekend, hosting their tournament in San Diego, California. As that one misses on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. So Sherwood does give up the 1 run, but overall, and technically now 3 innings of work for her. And she has been able to kind of quiet down this Purdue offense. This one's popped up in the air. It's going to be a tough play, and Turner is able to clamp it down as she had to go a long, long way. That's kind of in the Bermuda Triangle. Tough play for the second baseman. She shows off her speed, and that ends the inning. But the Boilermakers do get 1 run across the board. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Purdue on top of UNLV, 9-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the fourth here in Las Vegas, Nevada. UNLV trailing this one 9-0. As we got an opportunity, we want to mention this game is brought to you by Parkway Tavern. Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics and your official home of Rebels on the road. With over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 7 Valley locations, there's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. Go Rebels, and by Intermountain Health. Intermountain Health is here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official healthcare partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in our community. Gwen Burnett will lead it off for the Rebels in the bottom of the fourth. They're down 9-0, so they need now 2 runs here in the next 2 innings to keep this game alive to avoid a UNLV getting run ruled here, as Burnett will pop this one up, and Bella Douglas is able to charge on in and clamps it down for out number 1, as Burnett trying to go for the sacrifice squeeze. She went a little bit too early. Or a little bit too early. Got underneath it a little bit too much, as Andy Jarvis is having a long conversation over at third. Don't know what that one is about. So I'll bring up Kiana Chavez. Chavez is the only base runner for UNLV against Fontenot. Freshman has been dealing right now. UNLV still looking for that all-important first hit and trying to get a rally going. 9-0 the score. Kiana Chavez walked, as we mentioned, in her first plate appearance, 0-1, and make it 0-2. As Chavez was swinging for the fences, but unable to connect. Mentioned for Chavez, who played her last 3 seasons at New Mexico. 134 games played there with 116 starts in her career, 310 average. But last year she had only just 156, so looking for a bounce back in her final year. And right now, not 3 for 10. Has been able to get a couple walks on the year. Obviously, UNLV is going to lean on her experience. The 1-2 pitch. Chavez gets underneath this one and fouls it back out of play. Still 1-2 is the count, with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. For Purdue, if they're able to put up a 0 spot, their last chance for some more insurance runs. They will have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up. We'll see if we will have some pitch hitters for the Boilermakers, who lost their first game of the year earlier today against UIC. 5-4 UIC with a walk-off win. They were down 4-0 in the game and able to make the comeback as Chavez fouls it out of play. Still 1-2 is the count. UNLV as a team today 0 for 10. They came into this ball game 267 in their first 4 games on the 2026 campaign. Fontenot is set, and the 1-2. Chavez underneath this one, and it's going to be almost the exact identical spot to where that previous foul ball is, where all the game operations crew is huddled. Maybe might want to move, get out of the way. Chavez is kind of keying in on you guys. Count right now 1-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Sherelle Aki due up next for the Rebels, and then you got Presley Barnes in the hole. The 1-2. Chavez rips this one foul down the first baseline. Kiana, who also comes from a rich softball family. Her mom played at New Mexico from 2001 to 2006. Was able to talk to Kiana in the preseason, kind of part of our Rebel Talk. Hopefully we'll have those videos up on the YouTube channel, the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel, and to ask Chavez about the impact that her mom has had on the game of softball as Fontenot looking for the strikeout. Good job there by Reef to be able to try to paint, frame it up. It was almost a picture-perfect frame, but just missed on the outside. The thing is here for Fontenot, she hasn't had a strikeout today. Everything's been put in play. 2-2 pitch. Chavez fouls this one off yet again. Kiana doing a really good job battling here against the freshman. So we mentioned Sherelle Aki is due up next. The 2-2. And Chavez sends this one high and deep into center field. This ball is well hit, and there's the first hit of the ball game for UNLV. It bounces off the wall. The throw to second is going to be way high, but it's going to be backed up by Gossett. And Kiana Chavez is able to get a 1-out double that bounces off the wall in left center field. And will give Sherelle Aki an opportunity to hit. It looks like UNLV is going to pitch run Chavez over at second. We'll see who it is for the Rebels. Looks like it is Haley Gilbertson, wearing number 29, the freshman from Henderson, Nevada. Went to Foothill High School. That's all the way out in the southeast part of the valley. So Sherelle Aki will be up to bat here, and Aki will try to get UNLV its first run of the ball game. Aki flew out to right field in her first plate appearance. And for Kiana Chavez, that double was her second of the year for UNLV as a team that was their sixth double so far this weekend. So that ends the no-hit bid there for Fontenot. It went 3 1/3 before surrendering the first hit. Now we'll try to put a 0 spot on the board as she's going to be down in the count to 1-0. Mentioned we got Presley Barnes for UNLV due up next, and Bree Williams in the hole. Sherelle Aki, one of the top returners for UNLV from last year's squad, had a breakout season, 311. 32 hits, 5 doubles, and 3 home runs. And she's going to send this one off the foot of Fontenot. The throw to first will not be in time. It's going to be dropped. And Gilbertson is going to stay over at third. So Aki is able to, we'll see how it's going to be graded there, because it looked like right now initially they're going to say that's an error. Bounce off the heel of Fontenot at in the circle, and then went over to second base. Moore trying to fire it to first, and Gossett was unable to hold on to it. Now we're going to have another pitch runner here for UNLV. So Brooklyn Heil will be pitch running for UNLV. So both Kiana Chavez and Sherelle Aki have been able to make it onto the base paths. Runners on the corners, best opportunity for UNLV to score in this game, as Presley Barnes will be up to bat. Barnes is 0 for 1 on the day. So it's going to be a throwing error by Moore. Gilbertson advances over to third. Defense is in. And the first pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0's count. Purdue has 1 run to kind of work with here. That's why that run in the top of the fourth was important if they want to end this game a little bit early. Bree Williams due up next here for the Rebels. This one on the inside almost got Barnes. She's able to get out of the way, and the count goes to 2-0. So Fontenot dealing with the most adversity that she has faced today against UNLV, and now time will be called here as we'll have their first mound visit for Purdue. But I've been very impressed with the freshman, Brianna Fontenot. I know she picked up the loss earlier today, but I mean, 1 2/3 and only gave up the 1 run. And it happened to just be in the, in the 7th inning where you just can't give up a run. But nice bounce back here in this game against UNLV. Obviously, her offense helped her out, getting her 4 runs before she threw a single pitch. Right now she's dealing with, as I said, the most adversity that she has faced so far today. Nine nothing Purdue on top. The count is 2-0 here to Barnes. Hitter's count, and she's going to rip this one. Foul down the third baseline. Just missed a potential double for Barnes that would have scored, obviously, the runner at third. Now the count's still 2-1. Still a favorable count here for Barnes on the young 2026 season. She is hitting .750 with runners on and 1,000 with runners in scoring position. Count is 2-1. Fontenot is set. The pitch. Barnes is going to rip this one into center field for a base hit, and that will score the first run of the ballgame for UNLV. Ball bobbled in center field and going over to third. Now we have runners at the corners here for the Rebels as Barnes is able to rip one up the middle for the first run for UNLV. And for Presley, that is going to be her 3rd RBI on the year, and that continues her perfect hitting with runners in scoring position. As Heil is able to go to third as the ball was bobbled in center field by Condon. And now Chrissy Fox coming out of the dugout, and I believe we're going to have another pitch runner here for the catcher Barnes. Actually, maybe not. We're going to have a pitching change here for Purdue. So we've got a lot of things going on here, but we'll take a quick break and reset everything. UNLV gets their first run of the ball game. It's 9-1 in the bottom of the 4th, threatening with runners on the corners and 1 out. We'll be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at LA Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I thought we were going to have a pitching change, but Fontenot is still in. We do have a changeover at first as Bree Williams is up to bat. As the first pitch is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count here to Williams, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Runners at the corners here with 1 out, and UNLV finally able to get their first run of the ball game. As this one is going to miss on the outside for, or sorry, hit on the outside, my apologies, for a strike. 0-2 is the count. We have a new first baseman. It is Jensen Kratz, who is in for Gossett. So I got to think Gossett is getting warmed up if this inning gets away for Fontenot. She almost got Williams looking there. That one misses on the outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count, 1 out. So UNLV finally was able to get their first hit of the ball game. Chavez with the double. We've had a throwing error and a single. Barnes is still over at first. No pitch runner for UNLV for Presley. This count is 1-2, the pitch. And Williams gets underneath this one and fouls it back out of play. Still 1-2. With Gonzalez due up next, Williams, who is entering her 4th season here at UNLV. Last season was her breakout year. She played in 44 games, made 38 starts, batted .262 with 27 hits, 3 doubles, 4 home runs. Her first career home run was against SUU, 15 RBIs, and scored 16 runs. In fact, her first home run was against a former high school teammate. As the count is 2-2. The senior from Moreno Valley, California, standing 5'5" and trying to get a big-time clutch hit to make this game a little bit more interesting. Rebels still need that one more run here to avoid getting run ruled. The 2-2. Williams chases it, swung on and missed, and that's the first strikeout of the ball game for Fontenot. And that's a big one as that strands the runners at the corners right now here with 2 outs. I'll bring up Gonzalez. Lila on the day is 0 for 1. Two outs now here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Gonzalez attacks the first pitch and will send it foul. It'll land just behind the first base dugout, occupied by Purdue. So UNLV trying to get a 2-out hit here. They are now 2 for 4 with runners on, 1 for 2 with runners in scoring position. But today, with 2 outs, they're 0 for 3. Both teams haven't had their success with 2 outs, combined 1 for 8. But the one hit for Purdue with 2 outs did result in a 2-run single. Gonzalez underneath this one. Let's see if it'll stay in play, and it will. Coming on in is the first baseman, Krantz, who came into this inning as a defensive replacement. She's able to clamp it down, and UNLV will strand 2 on the base pass. The Rebels do get their first run of the ball game, but they go into the top of the 5th, having to put up a 0 spot as they trail by 8. 9-1 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at LA Media Stadium here in the top of the 5th. Purdue on top of UNLV 9-1. Well, we got an opportunity. We want to mention this game is brought to you by Finley Toyota. Finley Toyota is proud to back your Rebels all season long. Just like UNLV, we play to win with unbeatable deals, top-notch service, and the Valley's #1 volume Toyota dealership, Finley Toyota at Valley Auto Mall. Pitching change for UNLV coming in. The freshman 00, Sophie Stockham, the freshman from Wichita, Kansas, will be in the circle, replacing Yanina Sherwood, who did a good job of quieting down Purdue. When Sherwood came in, it was 8-0 and about 3 overall innings of work for Sherwood. She was able to limit the damage to just 1 run given up. Really a manufactured run by the Boilermakers. So hopefully that kind of builds up the confidence for Sherwood as the first pitch is going to miss for a ball, 1-0 account. So this will be the 4th pitcher for UNLV in this ball game. And right now here for Sophie, the freshman from Kansas, big thing for her, she's got to put up a 0 spot. Right now down the count, 2-0. 9 runs for the Boilermakers off of 7 hits, 1 error. UNLV 1 run off of 2 hits, 1 error. As there's a swing and a miss, and the count goes to 2-1. It is Delaney Reef up to bat, the starting catcher today for Purdue. She's 0 for 2, reached on, or had an RBI ground out in her first plate appearance. And then grounded out to second. I believe she had the, if I'm not mistaken, the ground out to short that resulted in the throwing error. Count is 3-1 here. Stockham, right now on the year, a 14 ERA. She's only thrown 1 inning of work. She's given up 3 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks. Has given up a double, and she gives up the walk here. So a leadoff walk for Yanina Sherwood, just to kind of close the door on her out of the pen. 3 innings of work. She gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned, 1 strikeout, faced 10 batters, got 4 flyouts and 4 groundouts. And Sherwood came in with the ERA above 11, leaving this one down to 7.88. We have a pitch runner here for Purdue. Late in the ball game, it'll be Kendall Rainey, the freshman from Munster, Indiana. So Purdue will try to get some insurance runs as UNLV will try to get a couple more runs here to keep this game alive. The unfortunate thing for UNLV, runners on the corners with 1 out, only able to get 1 run out of the whole ordeal, as that one is in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. And a pitch hitter here for Purdue, Ainsley Armstrong, the redshirt sophomore from Hayden, Alabama. And that was going to be taken high for a ball. 1-1 is the count. For UNLV, that last go-around for the Rebels, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up: Rachel Cook, Mantha Hatzenbeller, and Natalie Turner. Rebels looking at a 1-4 start here on the 2026 season. Purdue flips it as this one's sent high and deep into left field. This ball is well hit, going back at the wall, and it is gone. Over the left field wall, coming off the bench, Armstrong rips one for her first home run of the season. And a big insurance hit for Purdue as they are now on top, 11-1 here in the top of the 5th. Stockham out of the pen, giving up a walk and a home run. And Purdue is eyeing now a 4-1 start, trying to make amends for that loss they had earlier today, a walk-off loss to UIC. And for Armstrong, that's good to see for her. She redshirted her freshman year last season. She did not see any action due to an injury. And she's going to foul this one back out of play just to double check. That's her first career home run. So congratulations to her on a special moment. And Purdue now 2 here in the top of the 5th. Is the 0-1. To the center fielder, Condon, and that's going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-1 is the count. For Stockham, freshman from Wichita, Kansas, making the jump here to D1 level. We talked about with Yanina Sherwood, you're going to have your roller coaster moments, you up and down, trying to just find your groove. find the sweet spot as that one is in there for a strike. 1-2's the count. She was rated the #1 ranked pitcher by extra innings in the 2025 Mountain 5 region. 2025 Kansas Gatorade Player of the Year. Inducted into the Kansas Softball Hall of Fame for a perfect game that she had that included 21 strikeouts. Last year, she was 16-1 with an 0.587 ERA. So 1-2. This one's fouled back, out of play. 11-1, Purdue on top of UNLV. As I mentioned for the Rebels, they will be back at home next weekend, Friday through Sunday. Rebels will have 5 games. This one's ripped on a line, and it's going to go off the glove of Gonzalez. And we'll see how that's one is going to be scored here. As Condon, who had that 2-run single back in the first inning. We'll see if that's going to be a hit. Gonzalez just kind of misjudged it there a little bit on a line, and the ball just died out. Much more than she anticipated. Bounced off of her glove and rolled into left center field. So right now you've got a walk, a home run, and now we'll wait and see. Right now they have it as an error on the scoreboard here at Alameda Stadium. So a pitch runner for Purdue as Moore will be up to bat. So Purdue will have a great trip here to Las Vegas. 4-1, a weekend that they would start that they will be very happy with, as this one's sent high up into the air on the left-hand side. Gonzalez will try to make amends to that previous error, and she's able to clamp it down in shallow left field for out number 1. And that will bring up Jensen Krantz, who came in as a defensive replacement in the bottom of the 4th inning. She'll get an opportunity to hit. It is Kate Sorrego who is over at first, pitch running for Purdue. 11 runs off of 8 hits, 1 error. And for the Boilermakers today, they've been really, really good with runners on. 8 of 15. With runners in scoring position, 3 for 8. They have hit 2 long balls today. A grand slam and a 2-run home run. Grand slam came off the bat of Bella Douglas back in the top of the 2nd inning. Count is 0-1 here to Krantz, who, as I mentioned, up to bat for the first time. Stockham is set. Throw back over to first. Will not be in time, as they almost got Sorrego a little bit lean in there over on the first base bag. Right now the count is 0-2. So they did give the error to Gonzalez. That's 2 errors on the day for UNLV, 10 so far this weekend. As the next pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-2's the count. As I mentioned for the Rebels, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. Scheduled Cook, Hatzenbeller, and Turner. We'll see if Coach Fox will go, as this one's fouled and hit Krantz. So count remains 1-2. We'll see if Coach Fox gives anybody a couple opportunities, a pitch hit in the bottom of the 5th inning, as the Rebels now will need, right now they're down 10. They'll need 3 runs to keep this game alive. Stockham is set, and there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. And Stockham is able to get her first strikeout of the ballgame and her first strikeout as a Rebel. And for UNLV, they hope a first of many for the freshman from Kansas. Back to the top of the lineup, it'll be Chloe Banks up to bat. The senior, she's 1 for 2 on the day, as the first pitch to Banks is going to be taken high for a ball. 1-0's the count. But really the difference maker today here for Purdue was they were 8 for 16 with runners on today. So you look at it, all 8 of their hits have happened with runners on. Been very impressive for Purdue, as this one is going to be taken for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Got Polar due up next. She's 2 for 3. And then Douglas, who has the 6 RBIs. Count 1-1. The pitch is going to be dropped in there for a strike. 1-2's the count. We talked about it for Purdue. After this weekend, they will be traveling to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Play the Crimson Tide twice, Georgia Southern twice, Liberty once, and they'll go to the Georgia Tech tournament. This one's popped up foul out of play. Count remains 1-2. They will play Georgia Tech twice, the College of Charleston twice, and Georgia State. Then they'll be heading out to Nashville, Tennessee for the Purple and Gold Challenge. Their first home games will be on March 6th. Their first game against a Big Ten foe. This one's going to be ripped into center field for a base hit. So Banks is able to get another base hit. That is the 9th overall on the ball game for Purdue. For Banks, that is her second hit of the day. She's reached base now 3 times, a walk and 2 singles, and she scored previous 2 times she's reached on the base paths. But for Purdue, their first game against a Big Ten foe will be against the Buckeyes of Ohio State. And the Big Ten tournament will happen from May 6th through May 9th. As this one is going to be dropped in for a strike. 0-1 is the count. For UNLV, their first game against Mount West foe will be against San Diego State, March 20th through the 22nd. That's going to be a big one. Actually, no, my apologies. I jumped the gun. It'll be at San Jose State. The first home series for UNLV against Mount West foe will be against San Diego State, as the count is 1-1 here. To Polar. Rebels trying to limit the damage to just 2 runs. Bunt attempt here is going to be placed down perfectly, and it's going to be another executed to a perfection, to a T by Polar, as she's able to beat out there wasn't actually no throw by Stockham. So the bases are juiced here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning, and that will give Bella Douglas another opportunity. Last time she had a chance to hit with the bases juiced, she sent a home run over the center field wall. She has been obviously the player of the game here for the Boilermakers. And for Polar, that is going to be her 3rd hit of the ball game, as we talked about. This one's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. 6 RBIs for Douglas. An RBI double, which as it stands right now, the game-winning hit. And then the grand slam in the 2nd. And then the RBI ground out in the 4th. The 1-0. It's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. So we may have an opportunity to get a RBI via a walk. She's in a favorable hitter's count, 2-0. Sophie Stockham trying to come up with a big moment here, trying to get Douglas out. It's been a tough out for UNLV. The 2-0. Swing and miss on that one. Douglas was swinging for another grand slam, was unable to connect. Two and one is the count. Bases juiced for the Boilermakers. Purdue now make it 3-1. Sorrego is over at 3rd. Banks at 2nd. Polar over at 1st. Stockham gets her sign. Trying to get back in the count. She has to throw a strike. The 3-1 pitch. It doesn't happen there. It bounces off the glove of Barnes, and it's a bases-loaded walk. And Douglas has now 7. Count them 7 RBIs on the day. It is now 12-1. Purdue on top. Anthony Oresco is coming out. We're going to have a pitching change here for UNLV. This will be their 5th pitcher that they have used so far here today. As we will take a quick break and be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. 12-1. Purdue on top of UNLV. So it'll be Amelia Weber coming out of the pen for UNLV with 3 runs across the board. Stockham only gets 2/3 of an inning out of the pen. Is charged with the 3 runs and is on the hook for the 3 runners on the base pass, as that will bring up Haley Painter. Painter, the UNR transfer, will face off against Weber, and the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 to count for Amelia, who started her career out at Howard. Last season at UNLV, she made 34 appearances with 19 starts. She had a 4.64 ERA with 111 innings and 2/3. Well, 111 and 2/3 innings of work, as this one's bounced away, and it's going to get away from Barnes. Throw at the plate. Well, not be in time. It's a wild pitch. That's going to score Banks. Polar will head to third, and Douglas will head to second, make it 13-1. Purdue on top of UNLV. But for Weber, had 8 wins, struck out 55 batters. This is the second appearance of the year for Amelia. She had a clean inning of work. Well, almost a clean inning of work. She had a walk, but also had 3 strikeouts. 13-1 here in the top of the 5th. As the 1-1 misses way outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. And I think UNLV have used all but one of their pitchers that they have on the roster. The other one that they have not used is Emma Wardlaw, the junior from Texas. 2-1 is the count. Weber is set the pitch. It's going to be taken for a strike. 2-2 is the count. UNLV, as we mentioned, their last go-around in this ball game, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. Purdue today, 10 for 18 with runners on, 556. That is just godlike mode numbers. This one's going to get away. Here comes Polar. She will score, make it 14-1 as Douglas will head on over to third, as that's the second wild pitch here for Weber. Out of the pen, put it at a 5 spot here in the top of the 5th for the Boilermakers. 14-1 against UNLV. We mentioned the Rebels. It's counting right now 3-2. UNLV leads the all-time series 3-2. They won the last meeting 6-2. That was about over 15 years ago. As this one's going to be ripped into left field for a base hit, and Haley Painter is able to get an RBI single. That will score Douglas, and that will make it now 15-1. Purdue on top of UNLV. So Purdue able to kind of bat around here, as Delaney Reef is scheduled, but I believe we're going to have a pitch hitter. But Painter is able to rip, a base hit in the left field over the outstretched arm of Cook. We'll wait to see who the pitch hitter will be for Purdue. 6 runs here in the top of the 5th inning. 11, now make it 11 of 19 with runners on. 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And now I talked about it earlier. Both teams weren't as good hitting with 2 outs, but now Purdue's up to 4 for 8. 500 hit percentage. So it'll be Haley Wagner, the freshman from Athens, Alabama, will get an opportunity to hit. As Purdue leads by 14 runs. UNLV threatened a little bit in the bottom of the 4th inning to try to make things a little bit interesting. Only were able to get 1 run across the board. And Purdue was able to answer back with 6 in the top of the 5th inning. Painter over at first. Wagner up to bat. The first pitch is going to miss. No hit on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. For Wagner, mentioned the freshman. In high school, her senior season, she batted .417 with 20 home runs, 59 RBIs. She was named a first-team All-State in 2021, 2022, and 2023. And this one's going to get away. Another wild pitch. Painter will head to second. That's the 3rd one of the inning for UNLV. And she was a 2025 Extra Innings Softball Golden Glove Award recipient. She was listed as a catcher. Count 1-1. Weber set the pitch. This one sent high up into the air into center field. This should be easy play for Burnett. She'll clamp it down, and that will end the long inning for UNLV as Purdue gets 6 runs across the board in the top of the 5th. Last chance for the Rebels as they trail this one 15-1 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at LA Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. 15-1, Purdue on top of UNLV. Last chance for the Rebels. They're going to need a big inning as they are down by 14 runs. They need to get 7 runs just to keep this game alive to avoid a run rule, as Rachel Cook will be up to bat for UNLV. As we mentioned, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. A very impressive top of the 5th for Purdue, who in their previous 3 victories had 9 runs each in all 3 of those wins. But this one they have exploded for 15. Which, in fact, they were in line for another 9 runs there if they didn't score that 6 runs. I didn't catch that when it was going on, as the first pitch to Rachel Cook is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count, as we have a new pitcher for Purdue. Fontenot is done, and she's in line for the win. Only giving up the 1 run in 4 innings. As this one is going to hit for a strike. 1-1 is the count. It is Julia Gossett in the circle. Gossett getting the start today at first. And then moves over here to the circle. She did leave in the bottom of the 4th when they brought in Krantz just to get Gossett warmed up, ready to go if that inning got away. And now she'll have an easy work of it right now with a commanding lead. It's 15-1, and the count is 1-2 here to Cook, who is 0 for 1 on the day. UNLV 2 hits on the day. 1 by Barnes, the RBI single. 1 by Kiana Chavez. As that one's going to miss. 2-2 is the count for Gossett. Great hitter, but also a great pitcher as well. Last season, named to the 2025 All-Big Ten Tournament team, was an NFCA All-Region 3rd team in her career. She's made 60 appearances, 40 starts, overall 21-22, and she gets a strikeout there for out number 1. But just finished out the stats: 3.85 ERA, 245 and a third innings of work, 209 career strikeouts there. That last strikeout on Cook. Diamond Sefe will be pitch hitting for Mantha Hatzenbeller. Sefe will get an opportunity. The senior from Carson, California. UNLV down to their final 2 outs as the first pitch is going to miss down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. And for Armstrong, who hit that home run in the top of the 5th, that was her first career home run in her first career at bat. So congratulations to her. 2 seasons, redshirted the first year, missed last season due to an injury. So I know that has to feel just so good. As the count is 2-0 here to Sefe. Next pitch by Gossett is going to miss down low. 3-0 is the count. For Gossett, this is her 4th appearance of the 2026 season in the circle. Actually, 2nd appearance, my apologies. And the first game against Cal Baptist back on February 6th. That was Friday night. She went 4 2/3, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs. 3 of them were earned. Gave up a home run, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Did pick up the win. 1 win with a 4.50 ERA. And Sefe thought that was ball 4. She sent back. 3-2 is the count, as that one just barely hit on the outside part of the zone. So Diamond, who was in her 2nd season at UNLV last season, she hit .211, had 2 home runs, and she fouls this one back into the netting. Count is 3-2, 1 out. Go back to the top of the lineup after Sefe. It will be Natalie Turner. Count full, and the payoff pitch. Sefe will take it down low, ball 4. So UNLV will get a 1-out walk. That's the 2nd walk UNLV's been able to get today. Kiana Chavez had the other one. We're back to the top of the lineup with Turner up to bat. She is 0 for 2 on the day. Is Natalie Turner, the Troy transfer. Standing 5'5", hailing from the state of Alabama. Got Gwen Burnett due up next, if UNLV can avoid a double play here. Burnett is 0 for 2 as well, as this one is going to be taken in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. So for UNLV today, as a team, 2 for 16, 125 average. 2 for 6 with runners on, a 333 average, 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position, and 0 for 4 with 2 outs. Both hits came in the bottom of the 4th inning, as this one's going to miss high outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. If somehow this inning gets away for Purdue and we have to go to a top of the 6th, you'll have that's the 9, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Boy, we've got things mixed around here. So I think with Gossett getting reinserted back into the lineup, as this one is fouled back into the netting, 1-2 is the count. But for Purdue, only one inning where they were unable to score. That was in the 3rd, but they had 4 in the 1st, 4 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 6 in the 5th. Count right now 1-2 to Turner. As I mentioned, 0 for 2 on the day. She grounded out to the pitcher in her first plate appearance and then grounded out to short, in her second plate appearance. Gossett looking for the strikeout. 1-2, misses outside. Make the count even 2-2. So a walk and a strikeout in this inning so far. I mentioned Gwen Burnett due up next. Believe that is Burnett. I can't quite see on the on-deck circle. Maybe a potential pitch hitter for UNLV. Now time will be called here. As we're approaching 2 o'clock local time here in Las Vegas. About an hour away from Super Bowl 60. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one swung on a miss, strike 3. Gossett out of the pen, gets 2 strikeouts. UNLV down to their final batter here in this ball game. And it will not be Gwen Burnett for UNLV. Looks like it'll be Taryn Calderon, the freshman from Modesto, California. So Calderon up to bat with Diamond Cefe over at first. UNLV down to their final batter of the ball game. Kiana Chavez is on deck if UNLV can find a way to keep this inning alive. The Rebels staring at a 1-4 start here on the 2026 season. Purdue looking for a 4-1 start. Gossett is set. The first pitch is going to miss high outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. For Calderon, who's had multiple starts this weekend. .333 average, 2 hits and 6 plate appearances, 2 RBIs, a walk, has struck out 4 times. So 4 of her 6 plate appearances have resulted in a strikeout. That one misses on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. But 2 RBIs, does have a home run, hit by a pitch, 2 stolen bases. So I would say productive first weekend for the freshman in her UNLV career. UNLV did come in this game striking out 25 times compared to drawing 10 walks. And so far today for UNLV, those last couple strikeouts, they've struck out 3 times today and have been able to draw 2 walks. One of them, 1 walk in this inning and 2 strikeouts in this inning. Kiana Chavez has the other walk. She is on deck. Purdue on top 15-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. The 1-2. That'll miss on the outside to make the count even 2-2. On the year, the young year for Taryn, with runners on, 667, and with 2 outs, 500. Gossett is set, and the pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3, and that will end the ball game here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Gossett out of the pen gets 3 strikeouts, mixed in with a walk, and Purdue with a dominant 15-1. End this game early in 5 innings, a run rule win over UNLV and the Boilermakers. They go 1 out of 2 today. They avenged their loss earlier today to UIC, a walk-off win for the University of Illinois Chicago. And the Boilermakers take out some frustration. They defeat UNLV 15-1. They scored 4 in the top of the first and never looked back as the Boilermakers. Impressive performance, but the one that had the most impressive performance was the freshman Bella Douglas, who had an RBI double to get the scoring going in the top of the first, and then a grand slam. Overall today, she had 7 RBIs. The other 2 were via a RBI ground out and a bases loaded walk. 15 runs overall for Purdue. 15 runs off 11 hits, 1 error. They left 2 runners on the base path for UNLV. 1 run off of 2 hits. They had 2 errors. They left 4 runners on the base paths. The Rebels fall to 1-3. The winning pitcher today is Brianna Fontenot. 4 innings of work. She gave up 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. The losing pitcher today for UNLV in this one will be Lauren Feddick, who was only able to get one out in the inning. As UNLV, not the start that they would like to in the 2026 season, 1-4 start, but still a long way to go. Big thing for the Rebels with a lot of new faces, trying to replace a lot of key players from last year's squad. Just get yourself in the right momentum, the right frame going into conference play. Still a long, long time until we get to conference play before UNLV can kind of get things going. So obviously not the start the Rebels want, but it's a long season. As I talked about it earlier in the broadcast, things look completely different from what a team looked like in February compared to May. But if you're Purdue, you're very happy with the way the start went, and the offense has been great. In their 3 wins prior to this one today, 9 runs each. Today, 15 runs. So Boilermakers, who had a Cinderella run in the Big Ten tournament last year, they made it to the semifinals as the number 12 seed. We'll look to kind of build on that as they go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama next weekend. So that will end our broadcast here today at Eller Media Stadium. I want to thank everyone for tuning in on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you have been watching on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. UNLV will be back at home next weekend as they will be hosting the UNLV Desert Classic. For all the UNLV fans, it will be on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Just follow the same way you got onto this broadcast today. UNLV will post a link and follow along. We will have Alon to say we'll have the calls on Friday. Nobody on Saturday, unfortunately, and then I'll be back on Sunday for UNLV's game against UC Davis. 15-1, Purdue beats UNLV. White Top Check signing off here from Las Vegas, Nevada.